Corporation of India has shaped the unseen. decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Vishakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is readying to shoulder the future. The just launched rupees 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Vishakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihood. safety, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is ready to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders, from Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward, because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. The Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize two technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is ready to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders. From Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward. Because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. The Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize 2 technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is readying to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders. From Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward. Because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. The Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize 2 technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is ready to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders, from Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward, because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. The Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize 2 technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is readying to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders. From Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward. Because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. The Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize 2 technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is readying to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders, from Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward, because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize 2 technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is readying to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders. From Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward. Because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. The Dredging Corporation of India Limited (DCIL) is proud to organize 2 technical sessions during India Maritime Week 2025 on 30th October at 14 hours at the Mumbai Exhibition Centre. Session 1, Sagar Samriddhi, Advancements in Dredging Technology. Session 2, Sagar Samriddhi, Waste to Wealth Opportunities in India. These sessions will bring together eminent national and international experts to share insights on innovation, sustainability, and the future of dredging in India. For 5 decades, Dredging Corporation of India has shaped the unseen, keeping our ports active, our rivers navigable, and our nation connected. From the coasts of Visakhapatnam to the channels of the Ganga, we have deepened the lifelines of India's trade, serving every major port, every inland waterway, every tide of change. Today, DCI commands half of India's dredging market, a position earned through scale, precision, and trust. From deep-sea ports to inland rivers, we keep the nation's waterways open, navigable, and strong. Trusted for decades, ready for centuries. As India charts bold ambitions to be a global maritime power, Dredging Corporation of India is ready to shoulder the future. The just launched Rs 800 crore DCI Dredge Godavari. Cubic meter Beagle 12 class trailing suction hopper dredger, developed with technology and design support from IHC Holland BV, the world's largest dredger builder, stands as India's largest and most advanced dredger ever built. Proudly made in India by Cochin Shipyard Limited and ready to power the next chapter of India's maritime story. Supported by India's leading ports, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla and Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Mumbai. DCI continues to deepen the channels that move the nation's economy. Every channel we create carries more than ships. It carries livelihoods, connections, hope. From inland towns to open seas, DCI empowers trade and transforms communities, deepening waters, widening ambitions. From depths to destinations, our journey reaches beyond borders. From Bangladesh to the Middle East, from Sri Lanka to Taiwan. From rivers to oceans, DCI stands anchored in India, moving the world forward. Because the story of India's growth begins beneath the waves. DCI welcomes you to India Maritime Week 2025 and celebrates the collective spirit driving India's maritime excellence. Dredging Corporation of India, creating depths, connecting India. ambitions to be a global
country. Dredging is the process of removing sediments and debris from the bottom of water bodies, such as nature, in its own way, has created wonders to establish civilization in the world. Humans learned covering a distance by walking, followed by sailing through the rivers and seas or oceans on boats and ships. Nature and mankind both contributed to the siltation at the bottom of seaport due to erosion of soil and by shipping respectively, which hindered the navigations of ship to the ports. To tackle this issue, Government of India established Dredging Corporation of India Limited on 29th March 1976 as a public sector organization having its headquarters at the eastern port city of Visakhapatnam to meet dredging requirements of the nation. DCI is the premier global dredging organization of India, catering to the dredging and allied services to major ports, minor ports, Indian Navy, shipyards, fishing harbors, and other maritime organizations by deepening and maintaining the safe navigational channel for EXIM activities. DCI is certified by Indian Registered Quality Systems for Quality Management System as per ISO 9001-2015 and Environmental Management System as per ISO 14001-2015. Dredging Corporation of India is a listed company with major stake of 73.47% is held by four major Indian ports: Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradip Port Authority, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority and Deen Dayal Port Authority, and the balance is held by foreign institutional investors, corporate bodies and individuals. The ports and harbors are very important to the national and global economy of any country as they serve gateways for the movement of goods and commodities between countries, facilitating international trade and commerce. Over the time, sediment and debris can accumulate in ports, reducing the depth of water and making it difficult for ships to navigate. This can lead to delays in movement of goods, increased shipping costs, and ultimately a loss of revenue for the ports and to the overall economy of the country. Dredging is the process of removing sediments and debris from the bottom of water bodies, such as ports and harbors, to increase the sea depth for creating safe navigational channels for ships. Therefore, Dredging Corporation of India acts as a lifeline for the survival of our ports and harbors, and without it, ports and harbors quickly become inaccessible to larger ships and lose our competitive advantage in the global marketplace. Fleet of Dredging Corporation of India includes mainly state-of-the-art trailing suction hopper dredgers, cutter suction dredgers, and backhoe dredgers. DCIL is continuously trying to keep itself updated with the changing trends, techniques in dredging process globally. DCI, with its cumulative hopper capacity of 59,000 cubic meters, can dredge 60 million cubic meters against the market of 120 million cubic meters and occupies a sole market share of 50%. Dredging Corporation of India takes care of various types of dredging like capital dredging, maintenance dredging, beach nourishment, land reclamation, shallow water dredging, project management consultancy, inland waterways dredging, dams and reservoir desiltation, and sand mining. Almost all the maintenance dredging in India's seaports is done by DCI as per statutory regulations. DCI clientele includes all the major Indian ports, shipyards, Indian Navy, fishing harbors of eastern and western coast of India like Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradip Port Authority, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority, Deen Dayal Port Authority, Kandla. Chennai Port Authority. Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port, Kolkata. New Mangalore Port Authority. Mormugaon Port Authority, Goa. Cochin Port Authority. Cochin Shipyard Limited. Inland Waterways Authority of India. Numaligarh Refinery Limited. Southern Naval Command, Kochi. Director General Naval Projects, Vishakhapatnam. Ramayapatnam Port. Department of Fisheries, Gujarat. As far as overseas services are concerned, DCI is actively offering its services for Bangladesh, Bahrain, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, and Dubai. Dredging Corporation of India has a state-of-the-art soil lab which helps in assessing the quality of dredged material at various project sites and also help in turning waste into wealth by recycling of dredged material for its beneficial reuse, which was hitherto being dumped at designated dumping grounds in deep sea. And Dredging Museum is the another feather of DCI, exhibiting the types of dredgers, various technological artifacts, and historical milestones. Under Make India Atmanirbhar, Dredging Corporation of India is extending its full support by placing order of the first Make in India project for the construction of first ISO 9001 2015 and Environmental Management System as per ISO 14001 2015. Dredging Corporation of India is a listed company with major stake of 73.47% is held by four major Indian ports: Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Paradip Port Authority, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority and Deen Dayal Port Authority, and the balance is held by foreign institutional investors, corporate bodies and individuals. The ports and harbors are very important to the national and global economy of any country, as they serve gateways for the movement of goods and commodities between countries, facilitating international trade and commerce. Over the time, sediment and debris can accumulate in ports, reducing the depth of water and making it difficult for ships to navigate. This can lead to delays in movement of goods, increased shipping costs, and ultimately a loss of revenue for the ports and to the overall economy of the country. Dredging is the process of removing sediments and debris from the bottom of water bodies, such as ports and harbors, to increase the sea depth for creating safe navigational channels for ships.
Hear it from all of you? I don't see the energy. I hope you all have had your lunch. How is the meal, scrumptious? Yes, no? You all haven't wished me yet. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, fantastic. So how are you all doing? How are you all doing, guys? Good? Excellent? Fantastic? All right. So let me introduce myself to you. My name is Anchor Afi, and I'm going to be your host for the next few hours. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to see all smiling faces here. No sleepy faces at all for the next 3 hours. Only smiling faces, lots of energy, and a sharp mind. All right? Come on, guys, please. Can I hear a yes from all of you?
Chairman has come, he said immediately started. So he is Muthu has come and Ramchandran has come. And so just you started. Yeah, he will come after 10-15 minutes. Super se chalu karna.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome to all the lovely people present here. And I welcome you all to the special session of India Maritime Week 2025 on the theme Sagar Samriddhi Advances in Dredging Technologies and Operations. Firstly, I would like to say that we are truly honored to have such a distinguished gathering of dignitaries, industry leaders, and experts from across the maritime and dredging sectors, all here to deliberate and share insights on this important theme that lies at the heart of India's maritime growth story. Now, before we begin this wonderful session, can I please hear a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A little louder, please. Even better, a little more louder. Fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a very warm welcome as we have on the dais Dr. M. Angamuthu, IAS Chairman, Dredging Corporation of India Limited and Chairperson of Visakhapatnam Port Authority and Mumbai Port Authority. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this event. Thank you so much for your time. And also on the dais, we have Shri T.K. Ramachandran, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Big round of applause for him as well. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this event and gracing this with your lovely presence. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are expecting more dignitaries who are going to join us very shortly. All right, now I invite on the dais Mr. Shantanu Roy, CMB BEML, with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Also on the dais, I invite Captain S. Diwakar, Managing Director and CEO, Dredging Corporation of India Limited, with a big round of applause. All right. Once again, thank you so much, all the dignitaries, for being here. I now request Captain S. Diwakar, sir, to please felicitate Shri T.K. Ramachandran, sir, with a bouquet. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Captain S. Diwakar, sir, to please felicitate Shri T.K. Ramachandran, sir, with a bouquet, as well as Dr. M. Angamuthu, sir. I request you to please felicitate our Honorable Minister. I request Captain Diwakar, sir, to please felicitate Shantanu Roy, sir, with a big round of applause. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We now move to the formal proceedings of the special session. May I invite Dr. M. Angamuthu, IAS Chairman, DCIL and Chairperson, VPA and Mumbai Port Trust to please deliver the welcome address. Big round of applause for Sir, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Respected Shri T.K. Ramchandran, our former Secretary, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, and Shri Shantanuji, our CMD BML, Captain Divakar, and our Honorable Minister will be joining in a while, and our respected Secretary, Ministry of Port and Shipping also may join. He is a little occupied with some work. And all my colleagues and dignitaries from various countries and from ministry and from business fraternity and all our independent directors of DCI and our business partners and other stakeholders who are part and parcel of this dredging ecosystem in the country. On behalf of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, and on behalf of Dredging Corporation of India, I extend my sincere and warm welcome to all of you. I hope you all had your lunch. Had your lunch? Okay. Because we are a little late. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. We are waiting for someone to join. But nonetheless, this session is very important and relevant for all of us and for the country too. Because yesterday when our Honorable Prime Minister spoke, he discussed about ocean or maritime-led development, maritime-led port growth, prosperity, and overall, country's development perspective. And for port-led development, or you can say maritime-led development, navigation is key domain. And for doing navigation and for taking care of that business ecosystem, our role, not only Dredging Corporation, all our role is critical and important. And you know very well, as a country, we have an excellent network of ports from Government of India, from various state governments, and a good number of private players are there. And there is another domain is coming, and it's going to be a kind of a very big challenging assignment for all of us, is taking care of inland dredging. Again, inland dredging also very critical domain. For doing, we are good in taking care of normal conventional dredging in our country, be it maintenance dredging or capital dredging. We have equipments, we have wherewithals, and we have a technology and manpower to handle that. But for inland dredging, especially to take care of our big reservoirs, our dams, our rivers, we need specialized skills and specialized equipments to take care of it. Of course, some of our, Western countries are good in this program, this process. We intend to collaborate with all of you guys in near future, because this is going to be another, important area for us. And government has declared a good number of national waterways to take care of, our river-led development, because port-led development is different, and again river-led development is different. We have beautiful perennial rivers to take care of our country's growth. So in the days to come, river-led development also going to be the key challenge for all of us. For that also, we need your support and technical know-how and knowledge. So this session primarily we curated to take care of two things: what kind of partnership or collaboration we can have it in near future, and what kind of synergy we can build over a period of time, so that it will be a win-win situation for all of us and for a country's growth, and for, of course, we can be a partner in the progress wherein we can share our knowledge, we can share our resources, technology and everything. So as you know, Dredging Corporation of India is a key player in the country, and we intend to be the global level. Maybe in the days to come, if everything goes well, we intend to be in top 5 and top 3 in the days to come. We will work for it, and we will ensure that it will happen over a period of time. And in India, of course, we are a number 1 position. We are in a good shape. We are doing well. We are strengthening our fleet size. We are going to get one dredger in the days to come in another 3 to 6 month time. We intend to go for another 2 more number of dredgers, and we are going to strengthen our inland water division also, inland dredging division also in the days to come. So all those things will strengthen and augment our resources to next level. So what I want to say that there is a future, and that future is linked with our country's prosperity and overall development, and all our role is very critical, and let us join and work together, right? And I'm happy to share here our respected Shri T.K. Ramchandran sir. Sir is in this domain for a long time. He was a chairman of VOC Port, and he was close to 2 years or was with us as a secretary. There was almost 10 plus number of meetings our former secretary shared with all of us. Good number of deliberation took place, and we have our business and development perspective plan, and core initiative and guide came from sir's side. And sir, thankful to you, and let us give our warm appreciation and special thanks to sir for his intent and support for the entire dredging ecosystem. And we have a technical partner in the name of BEML and all of you from national and international reputed organizations. So thanks to all of you also for your excellent support and this overall ecosystem development. So my special thanks to all of you also. And we have extraordinary directors and our guides in the name of good number of our board is very good and very efficient and participatory, and our promoter ports are absolutely fine and supporting us. And my special thanks to all our directors of board also for your presence and other things. Thank you, sir. We have a good number of our independent directors are here. Thank you very much for your support. And otherwise, the ecosystem is good. Let us work together and let us learn from each other, and feel free to give feedback as and when you feel that, where we can improve our business perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspiring address. I now invite on stage Shri T.K. Ramachandran, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, to deliver special address. With a big round of applause, sir, can I have you here on stage, please?
Namaskar, good afternoon everyone. My good friend and colleague, Mr. Rangamuthu, who is now wearing 3 hats and wearing them all well. And one of them is, of course, the DCI chairmanship. And then Mr. Roy from BEML, who is also an expert in the field. And of course, Captain Divakar and all of the distinguished members in the audience. Thank you all for participating in this event. And I'd like to, of course, thank the organizers for inviting me for this session, and which is on a very specific and very niche area, that is dredging. And over a period of time, dredging has come to, has evolved there are several connotations associated with dredging, and it is up to the community, the legal, the technical, and the maritime community to ensure that dredging is looked upon as a very important economic activity, and that it is advanced in this country in a manner that helps the growth of the economy. So let me look at first the Vision 2047, the Amritkal vision, which talks about quadrupling of the port capacity, increasing the, like the chairman, Mumbai port chairman and the chairman DCI said, increasing the volume of cargo on the inland waterways, and of course coastal movements. There is therefore a very clearly delineated path in the Vision 2047 which lays out what are the kinds of works that we need to take up over the next decade and where. For instance, Vadhavan port in Maharashtra, just 150 kilometers north of this place. A huge port with a capacity of 300 million tons, 23.5 million TEUs, and a huge amount of reclamation, a huge amount of dredging to be done. Just one single project. Then there is Galatia Bay. And there are any number of ports coming up across the ports whose capacities are being augmented. So the volume of business that is going to be seen in dredging is going to be enormous. Therefore, the challenges that are before us are things that we need to discuss during this forum. So I'm glad that there is a session where everyone is going to put their heads together, their minds together, and discuss these issues. What has been done over the last few years? One is we have a dredging policy. I'm sure many of you would have gone through that policy because at some point of time there was some kind of a shadow over dredging. Because many of our people feel that, to speak in Hindi, कहीं से उठाते हैं, कहीं डालते हैं, पता नहीं क्या हो रहा है. Which means, something is being lifted from somewhere, something is being dropped somewhere, and God knows what is happening, what is the quantification of this entire thing. And so some kind of a shadow. Therefore, these clouds had to be, moved, or these had to be removed. And therefore, this dredging policy, which was issued a few years back, very clearly states how dredging should happen, how it should be quantified, how it should be financed, and so on. So in that, we have been helped by the National Technology Center for Ports and Waterways, NTCPWC in Chennai. They have also helped us to have come up with certain measures to quantify dredging, whether it's by way of output, whether it's by way of density measurement or depth measurements, all the use of technology. So use of technology has become very important. Then of course DCI. DCI is our, the prime dredging company of India, the largest one, and they have been working with many private organizations also, and they have been doing a fabulous job. Basically, the entire dredging of the ports has been undertaken by the DCI. But the task is enormous because I said, we are looking at a port capacity which is 10,000 million tons in the next 20 years, 25 years. And therefore, the task of dredging is going to be very, very significant. And DCI will have to really, augment its resources, and Godavari, which is being commissioned, is a good step in that direction. But then a lot more resources are needed. So we have placed orders, and the dredger is maybe going to come in about 6 months. It will be there available, and so that will add about 10,000 or 12,000 cubic meters capacity, which is a lot and which has not happened in the last several years. So all these things, and of course in the financing MDF package that was launched, announced or approved by the cabinet last month, dredgers are treated as special vessels, which means they get 25% subsidy. And therefore, all the companies which build dredgers should also look at this as an opportunity to build dredgers in India. The challenges therefore are, firstly, technology. The talk of river dredging in the rivers, again a very, very important aspect. We have not really looked at our rivers in the last few decades, And therefore, dredging, when we started the dredging tenders for the Ganga and the Brahmaputra, we found that there were not many people available to do these projects. But gradually capacity has been built, costs have come down, and therefore riverine dredging is going to be one very important area, which is going to be the focus in the next few years. And as you are aware, even yesterday the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about the need for need for riverine or waterways being developed, and that is possible only if dredging happens, and happens very fast and very effectively and efficiently. So cost effectiveness of riverine dredging is important. So I was coming to the challenges. In the riverine dredging, again, there is this apprehension that we are not able to quantify what is being dredged. So this apprehension stems from the fact that what is being removed and what is being dumped is not very visible to the common eye, and therefore there is a need, therefore that technical session should look specifically at how to use technology, how to use AI perhaps, and and how to look at multiple methods of ensuring that this quantification is not only available but also agreeable to a large many parties. When I say parties, that includes audit parties which are technical or financial, all of them need to agree upon this. And I'm saying this is a very fundamental thing because well, it is really important. So you take my word that it is important if this business has to grow. So how to do that? NTC-PWC came up with some methodologies, the density of the output, the levels of pre and post levels, and also we suggested to them, at least in Tuticorin, where you have rock strata, that the quantum that is dumped or wherever it is dumped, that measure of that, the levels there can also be a third factor, and so on. So that is one thing you might all like to look at. And other models, we are looking at PPP models of dredging, where we simply outsource it. Someone comes in, is able to dredge, charges for it, and collect a fee. Unfortunately, though we have done a few projects where we tried to get private participation to do dredging, channels, dredging, etc., the response was not good. So you might like to deliberate on why is it that dredging as a PPP is not taking off. Is it because dredging is seen as a sovereign function because of which people don't want to invest in it? Or is dredging not sufficiently viable, financially viable, because of which people don't want to invest? Whatever be the reason, you have to deliberate on that. There are at least 3 or 4 projects which we tried to give out on PPPs, where dredging and breakwaters were also part of the PPP, did not really take off. So that is something that you might like to look at. There could also be co-ownership models where part of the funds can come from government, part can come from private, whether we can look at some such models. Financing. The financing of dredging remains an area which is again not very clear to the end user. So usually the costs of dredging are included as VRCs, the vessel related charges. And we have one of the highest vessel related charges in the world. Compared to some of our neighbors, we are 4x, 5x, even 10x. So why is it that? And of course the reason is that we have to do dredging, some of it is maintenance, some of it is capital. Now this dredging obviously has to be productive. And we are productive and of course we are viable, and we have to book somewhere the cost of dredging. And not every port is like Tuticorin, where we do rock dredging once in 30 years and we are done, or 50 years and we are done. No, some of the ports require maintenance dredging, and maintenance dredging is becoming very costly. So can there be models where the private sector from across the world, I see many companies from across the world, can you come up with a model where you say that we will do this, we will charge, and we will be able to recover our costs and maybe pay something to the port, XYZ, whatever, not much, but at least something, so that the port can be out of it. and the entire thing is managed very smoothly and very well by a private operator. So look at some of these models, and I'm sure that with people like Mr. Angamuthu and of course Roy, and there's so many technologies available, though across the world dredging is done by the sovereign and not by the ports themselves, that the model is of doing the dredging and recovering costs. So can we do something which is slightly different in India, and can we use technology for that? Can we come up with different financing models? These are some things which I think this session should deliberate upon, and I'm sure that once you deliberate upon, you will come up with many solutions. And the promoter ports, they have put in a lot of money, and upgradation of technology is one area which they are looking at very seriously. And I'm sure that if you come up with solid suggestions on policy and financing and co-ownership, I'm sure these can be implemented within the next year or so. So I'd again like to thank Mr. Angamuthu and the entire team for inviting me to say a few words, and I hope that you will have a very fruitful session. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for our Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Zordar tanya ho jaye. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your lovely presence. I now invite Dr. M. Angamuthu, sir, to please felicitate our Honorable Minister, Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you, sir, for taking our time and joining us here and gracing this occasion. Thank you so much, sir. Well, I now invite Mr. Shantanu Roy, CMD BEML, to address the gathering. Can I hear a round of applause, please?
Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Shantanu Thakur, respected Shri T.K. Ramachandran, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri P. Angamuthu, Chairman, Vizag Port, Chairman, Mumbai Port, Chairman, DCIL, Captain Devakar, MD and CEO, DCIL. I still remember 2 years back, I got a call from the then Defense Secretary, and he said, why don't you get into dredgers? So I dug up and found that BML had been doing dredgers, some capital dredgers, pontoon dredgers. That was a long time back. We supplied some dredgers for Mazagon docks at that time. Over the next 2 years, Dredging Corporation and BML, we worked together. We drew up a partnership model, and now we have partners like Dragflow Italy with us, with whom we will build the cutter suction dredgers which are required for the country. We have been serving the country for more than 6 decades now in mobility, in rail mobility, urban mobility, in mineral extraction, mining and construction business, and of course, defense, the armed forces. And now it's time for us to deliver for the Ministry of Ports, Waterways and Shipping. In the quest for Maritime Vision 2030 and Amrit Kal 2047, it's very important that the riverine system, that is inland waterways, are utilized to the maximum. And we all know that it requires continuous desiltation and dredging. The cutter suction dredgers that we will be planning will not only be for the dredging to be carried out in the ports or in the inland waterways, but also for enhancing the efficiency of the hydropower plants. We all know that the efficiency of the hydropower plants are limited because of siltation. And even a minuscule dredging which is carried out, a small percentage, leads to humongous increase in the power output. Considering all this, we are really privileged and honored to be partnering Dredging Corporation of India and the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways in achieving the aspiration of our Honorable Prime Minister, and we will do our best to contribute to the Maritime Amrit Kal 2047. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. Well, it is now my honor to invite our Honorable Minister, Shri Shantanu Thakurji, to deliver the Chief Guest Address. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
On the dais, M. Angamuthuji, Chairman Mumbai Port and DCI. Shantanu Royji, CMD, BML, Captain Divakarji, MD, DCI. Distinguished delegates, industry leaders, and esteemed colleagues, I'm giving my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. It is a privilege to address this session on advancement in dredging, technology and capacity augmentation. Central to India's maritime growth, dredging is vital for safe navigation, ports efficiency, environmental sustainability. As global trade expands, maritime navigable waterways is increasingly critical. India undertakes close to 150 million cubic meter of dredging annually, mostly maintenance dredging, essential to keep our ports and waterways operational. With new technologies and proper mechanisms, this activity is shifting to data-driven, environmentally responsible operations. The Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways has proactive. In June 2023, we launched Sagar Samriddhi, a digital dredging monitoring system that brings transparency, efficiency, and accountability. It is more than a digital tool. It reflects our commitment to responsible dredging and the worst of wealth vision. As the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has emphasized, India is transforming its ports into modern gateway of global trade. By developing world-class ports and maritime infrastructure, we are building a strong and safe, reliant India connects seamlessly with the world. This vision guided our work in the designing, capacity augmentation, and technology adoption. Presence of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji in this Maritime Week shows how focused Government of India is with development of maritime sector. Yesterday, he launched transformative initiative involve more than 2.2 lakh crore, which includes the purchase of 11 new dredger for rupees 3,775 crore by Dredging Corporation of India. Technological innovation is reshaping dredging. Automated dredger control system, GPS guided precision and AI enabled monitoring enhance accuracy, reduce over dredging and optimized energy use. Dredged materials, silt, clay, sand, gravel are not valuable for land reclamation, embankment, strengthening, bricks manufacturing and coastal restoration. The Designing Corporation of India, Dredging Corporation of India has launched its newest and most advanced dredger, advancing self-reliance and technology-driven maritime capabilities, aligned with Make in India and Maritime India Vision 2030. Through innovation, investment and international cooperation, India is strengthening maritime infrastructure while supporting environmental conservation and this critical economy. As we deliver it to technological advance, I am confident the insights for this session will help shape actionable strategic ensuring India's dredging sector become efficient, sustainable and global competitive. With that word, I am concluding my speech. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and motivational words. I request you to kindly take your seats. All right. Thank you, girls. Thank you, girls. Thank you. We're not needed. All right. Big round of applause. I request Dr. M. Angamuthu, sir, to please present the memento to our Honorable Minister, Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, dignitaries. I request you all to kindly take your seats. All right. So now we'll be having the MOU exchange ceremony between DCI and other reputed organizations. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, firstly we would be exchanging the MOU with IHC for dredge repair and dredger upgradation for rupees 200 crores. May I now invite Mr. Jaco Clavitt, Area Sales Manager, India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, Royal IHC on the dais, please. Request Captain S. Divakar, MD and CEO to exchange the MOU with IHC. And ladies and gentlemen, request you, please, zordar taaliyan ho jaye. And let's capture this moment. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you so much. Well, next we would be exchanging MOU with NMDC for entering into a JV for undertaking dredging works. May I invite Mr. Niels de Brugen, CEO NMDC DNM Abu Dhabi on the dais, please. Request Captain Divakar, MD and CEO to exchange the MOU with NMDC, please. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this calls for a perfect picture moment. Congratulations. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. And next, we would be exchanging MOU with IOCL for supply of fuel and loops to DCI vessels for rupees 2,000 crores. May I invite Mr. NM Nimje, ED, Institutional Business, HO of IOCL on the dais, please. Request Captain Diwakar, MD and CEO to exchange the MOU with IOCL. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. Now next we would be exchanging 3 MOUs with BEML for supply of indigenous spares, rupees 50 crore supply of cable dredgers, long reach excavators, etc. 100 crores building of 5 numbers inland cutter suction dredgers, rupees 200 crore. Shri Shantanu Roy, CMD of BEML and CMD, RGK Rao, BEML on the dais, please. Captain S. Diwakar, MD and CEO to exchange the MOU with BEML. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and this calls for a perfect picture moment. Congratulations. Next, we would be exchanging MOU with NTCPWC Chennai for bathymetric surveys of all ports and trailing module relating to dredging for rupees 220 crore. May I invite Professor Dr. D.K. Murali, NTCPWC on the dais, and Captain Diwakar, MD and CEO to exchange the MOU with NTCPWC, please. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we would be exchanging MOU with Hindustan Shipyard Limited for dry docking and dredge repairs for rupees 200 crore. May I invite Shri R.V. Ramnath GM, HSL on the dais, and Captain Diwakar to exchange the MOU with HSL, please. Zordar taaliyan ho jaye, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we would be exchanging MOU with Deen Dayal Port Authority for maintenance dredging for rupees 450 crore. May I invite Mr. N. Das Gupta, Deputy Chairman, Deen Dayal Port Authority, HSL on the dais, Captain Diwakar to exchange the MOU. Big round of applause. Congratulations. Next, we would be exchanging MOU with Visakhapatnam Port Authority for dredging at Sandtrap area and RK Beach for rupees 140 crore. May I invite Shri T. Venugopal, Secretary VP on the dais, and Captain Diwakar to exchange the MOU with VPA, please. Thank you so much, dignitaries. I now request Captain S. Diwakar, Managing Director and CEO DSIL, to please present a memento to Dr. M. Angamuthu, sir. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. M. Angamuthu, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have a picture, please? Gentlemen, can we have a lovely picture, please? All right. I now request Captain S. Diwakar to please present a memento to Shantanu Roy, sir. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shantanu Roy, sir. Thank you so much, dignitaries. I request you all to kindly take your seats. I now request Captain S. Diwakar, Managing Director and CEO DSIL, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Honorable Minister of States for Ports, Shipping, Waterways, Government of India, Sri Shantanu Thakurji, respected Sri T.K. Ramchandran IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Ports and Shipping Waterways, respected Dr. M. Angamuthu IAS, Chairman of DCI, Visakhapatnam Port Authority, Mumbai Port Authority, respected Mr. Shantanu Roy, Chairman and Managing Director, BML, and distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, partners, colleagues, members of Maritime fraternity. On behalf of the Dredging Corporation of India, it's my privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude for each one of you for joining us this special inaugurational session, Sagar Samriddhi, Advance in Dredging Technologies and Operations during the IMU 2025. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of Honorable Minister Sri Shantanu Thakurji, whose inspiring address continue to encourage and reform our collective resolve to strengthen India's maritime and dredging capabilities. And our sincere thanks to Sri T.K. Ramchandranji for this insightful perspective and constant guidance during his tenure in advancing sector for modernization and initiation for improving the DCI's capabilities. And a special note of gratitude to our chairman, Dr. Angamuthu, whose vision and leadership continue to drive DCL transformation journey from modernization of our fleet into a new fleet. And recently we have launched 12,000 hopper capacity, and our Honorable Prime Minister has announced yesterday for about 11 dredges. And also I thank Mr. Shantanu Roy, who has come all the way from Bangalore, taking the time off to be part of a technical partner in producing cutter section dredges and also cable dredges for inland waterways. And today we have signed an MOUs, especially in this session, for about 10 in number, for 3,560 MOUs and with 8 organizations. And the total MOUs have signed in these sessions, especially during this IMU, 22 in number, totaling to 17,645. These collaborations are new growth for sustainability and technological advancement in India's dredging and maritime infrastructure. We extend our sincere appreciation to all our partners for their trust and shared vision. Together, we truly shaping the future of Indian blue economy. I wish and thank Ministry of Ports, Shipping, Waterways, and organizers of India Maritime Week for providing this wonderful platform for knowledge partners to share, collaborate, and cooperate each other in all respects in the dredging field. And my heartfelt thanks to our board of directors who are taking the time off to be with DCI and their constant guidance, and also a special thanks to the DCL team. They have given their constant efforts from the last 1.5 months for their impeccable coordination and hard work for the successful event for behind the scenes. I thank you one and all once again for your presence and encouragement and continued partnership. Thank you and Jai Hind. We'll be having a next session, that is the Sagar Samriddhi, Advanced in Dredging Technologies and Operations. So I request all of you to stay back and be for the first session and followed by the second session, that is Waste to Wealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We would now like to continue with the MOU ceremony, as we have one MOU exchange left. Well, we would be exchanging the MOU with IHC for dredge repair and dredger upgradation for rupees 200 crores. So may I now invite Mr. Dam Kushe, Sales Manager and India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka Royal IHC on the dais, please. And I request Captain Divakar, MD and CEO, to exchange the MOU with IHC with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you so much, everyone, and all our esteemed dignitaries. Thank you for taking out time and joining us here on the stage. Once again, big round of applause for our dignitaries. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Angamuthu sir. Thank you, Shantanu sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I request you to kindly stay back and please do not go out as we are about to begin with our first session. And the theme is Sagar Samriddhi Advances in Dredging Technologies and Operations. We are beginning very shortly in the next 5 minutes. So I'm going to call out the moderators as well as the panelists. I request you, as I call your name, please, I request you to come on the dais. So to set the context and moderate the discussion, may I invite first Captain S. Divakar, Managing Director and CEO, Dredging Corporation of India Limited, to take over the session. So he's going to be the moderator. So Divakar, sir? Yes, all right. Let me begin with the panelists here. So we have on stage Captain Divakar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the company. Started his career in DCI as a cadet from All India Dredge Cadre in the year 1987 and served on board dredgers in different capacities. About 22 years from cadet to captain and rose to the position of Master of Dredger. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Captain. All right, now I'll begin with the panelists. So I would like to invite on dais Mr. Niels de Bruijn with a big round of applause. Sir, can I have you here, please? Zordar Talia, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about sir, he holds a Master of Science in Civil Engineering from the Technical University of Delft in the Netherlands and attended several executive leadership programs at the IMD Business School in Switzerland. He leads the growth of NMDC in the Abu Dhabi home market, but also focuses on expanding to new international markets while striving operational excellence across all levels. Big round of applause for Mr. Niels de Bruijn. I would now like to invite our next panelist on stage, Mr. Jaco Kleiwit, with a big round of applause. Talking about Mr. Jaco, he's the Area Sales Manager for India, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, Royal IHC. He holds a BSc level qualification from the Nautical Institute de Uter, MSc degree in Maintenance and Safety Management from the prestigious University of Bradford and a BSc in Export Marketing Management from Hood School in Holland. He is a driving force behind Royal IHC's market expansion efforts in the Indian subcontinent. Big round of applause once again for Mr. Jaco. Our next panelist, Mr. Maurizio Constantin, with a big round of applause. Talking about Mr. Maurizio, Area Sales Manager for Middle East and India, Dragflow, Italy. He is possessing diploma in Technical Commercial Institute with specialization in foreign trade at Luigi Einaudi Institute of Padua. He is a marketing expert with more than 3 decades of experience and specialized in managing commercial negotiations with clients from different cultures and organizing events with extensive knowledge of foreign markets, especially African and Middle Eastern. Big round of applause for Maurizio Constantin. Thank you so much, sir. All right, we now invite our next panelist on stage, Mr. H.N. Aswat. Zordar Talia, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. Talking about Mr. H.N. Aswat, he's a development advisor, Ports MOPSW. He obtained first-class degree in civil engineering from University of Visvesvaraya College of Engineering, Bangalore in 1988. In his tenure in Mumbai Port as Director Engineering from 2009 till 2017, he has rendered technical advice to port projects for 12 major ports in the country. Big round of applause for sir. And our last panelist for the day, Bram Vanderpit. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. No worries. Hope you're good. All right, talking about Bram Ventapit. He's the managing director at International Seaport Dredging Limited. He holds a master's degree in engineering and has a robust background in the maritime and dredging industries. He's contributed significantly to the DEME group in over 2 decades. Renowned for his expertise, he is result-driven leader and has overseen large-scale projects worldwide. Big round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you so much, all our panelists, our moderator. Thank you so much, esteemed dignitaries. I think we can now begin with our very first session. Over to Captain Diwakar.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, esteemed guests, investors, dredge contractors, dredge builders, ladies and gentlemen. I extend very warm welcome to you all on this special session, Sagar Samriddhi, Advances in Dredging Technologies and Operations at this Maritime India Week 2025. Dredging is the backbone of ports, shipping and waterways. Dredging also plays a very vital role in shaping India's maritime infrastructure, from deepening and widening of the port channels, national waterways and ensuring navigational safety. While India's vision is becoming a global maritime leader, the Make in India initiative speaks to build world-class dredges domestically and reduce import dependency and strengthen our dredging ecosystem. Today, we shall explore achievements and what are the challenges, opportunities in dredge building, advancement in technologies, and how these capabilities are being applied to its operations in executing the projects. Today, we are privileged to have with us leading global and Indian experts who have been instrumental in advancing technologies in dredging, capacity building in India, and also globally. Let's begin our discussions with insights from our distinguished panel, eminent speakers from Royal IHC Builders from Netherlands, NMDC from Abu Dhabi, Demi Group from Belgium, Dragflow from Italy, and our policymaker from the Ministry of Shipping. Let me start this dredge building sector in India, where our government of India is initiating to have a dredge building sector in a big way in the days to come. And we have Mr. Jacko from IHC Builder, who has been pioneers in the dredge building globally for more than 100 years. They started the journey from the spoon dredger, like bucket dredger, and over the years they have improved the technology, and now they are building mega dredges having about 35 to 40,000 hopper capacity, and also cutter section dredger, it's about 45,000 kilowatts to that extent. And at this juncture, I would like to ask him, Mr. Jacko, could you please highlight the most innovative technologies and advancements IHC has incorporated into recent dredges design, particularly in automation, sustainability, efficiency, and as far as environmental aspects? How do these innovations address unique challenges, especially specific to Indian coast and Indian dredging market? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Diwakar, for the invitation. When we look at dredgers and when we look at the customer questions for specific dredgers, we always ask the customer, what is your business case? Where are you going to dredge? What soil, what depth, and the like. When we have that information, we can decide on the proper piece of equipment, so the hopper dredger or the cutter dredger, depending on the question. So when we have all the data collected, we go to our internal consultants and we look into it specifically, and there we come up with the specific soil data for this dredger. This dredger will most likely not work only in one port. It will mobilize to other ports. It will move around from one port to the other one. So also there we have to take into account what is the mobilization time and all these kind of matters. Same story for dumping ground. Dumping ground from the port to the specific location where the dredge or the soil can be dumped, that is quite variable. It can be 2 miles, it can be 10 or 15 or 20 miles. All these parameters we take into account, And from that parameters, we come to a certain design, length, breadth, capacity, and the like. And that is how we look at every project, also in India. And in India, of course, what you see with the main ports or the major ports is that they were developed early on for a dredging depth or a draft of 12 meters, which was extended by 16 meters, and now you see more draft extensions. So also the equipment we need to modify for that in that sense. So that is, I think, very briefly what I want to say about this.
Yeah, I got your, Jaco, thanks for your insights. Basically, like, India is geared up to handle such higher capacity at this juncture for dredge building? Like you are already started building into the mega dredges, and now recently we have launched 12,000 hopper capacity. India is capable of? India is geared up to build bigger dredges, and will be able to fill the gap, the demand and the supply?
I did not hear the question properly. Sorry. What is it?
I'm saying that India right now we have recently launched one dredger for 12,000 hopper capacity. Is India capable of delivering the dredges between the demand and the gap supply? Right now we require a lot of demand, but we have only few yards in India. Yeah. We'll be able to meet the gap.
Yeah. So typically the size of the dredges that I think are suitable for the current operations in dredging, if you look at maintenance dredging, between 8 and 16,000 cube, I think is a reasonable size for maintenance. Of course, if you go into different projects like the new developments, Valavan, Nicobar Islands, you need different equipment for capital dredging, if that is the question.
Yeah, thank you. Now we have Mr. Neil from NMDC, is a CEO from NMDC, and they have been into dredging for the last 60 years. And they are the largest dredging company in terms of value, and they're close to $8 billion. And drawing from the NMD's experience in Middle East reclamation projects, starting from Palm Island and then the world islands, now creating mountains in the sea, how do you view India's potential for similar mega projects, reclamation projects, and what lessons and environmental safeguards should India adopt? Such as Vadwan, we are going to come up and we are going to have such a bigger projects. So how do you look at it? Mr. Neil.
So now everybody can hear me. No, thank you for the question. As you might know, NMDC is building islands, reclaiming islands in Abu Dhabi, which are the biggest in the world. Figures are 300, 400 million cubic meter reclamation. So we do have a lot of experience, and I think one of the challenges in India is the availability of sand. The majority of the coast of India have, let's say, a muddy foreshore, so to find sand is one of the challenges. But also we recently were awarded a project in Manila where we use techniques to, let's say, the muddy material to make it such that you can build on it, to improve. So in India you can use, let's say, the muddy material and make it into a stable platform by using special techniques which we did use in the UAE but also in Manila. So that might be a possibility, with the lack of sufficient sand to still do reclamation work.
Yeah, thank you. And now the Vadwan port is going to come up, and we have a lot of reclamation works. We require such a huge dredges. And what do you? I mean, I appears to be that you have participating in this. And what is like expectations from this project, Vadwan project, which is going to come up now?
I mean, these are the big ports, and as I heard today from various speakers, that India really has a big future if you look at port construction. I mean, there's a lot to be built in India for the next 10, 15 years. What we would bring to India is our experience to do, we call it like a one-stop shop. In NMDC, we built Khalifa port in Abu Dhabi, which is the largest port in the Gulf. and we can do everything. We can do the quay walls, we can do the topside, we can do the dredging, the reclamation, the rockworks, and I think it has a large advantage if you have all these capabilities in one hand. So this is what we are participating in the Vodafone tenders, we are participating in other private developments in India, and again what we try to bring to the table is a one-stop shop without any interfaces between the different contractors.
Yeah, thank you for your insights and perspective on these reclamation projects. And we have here with us Mr. Brahm from Demi Group, and they have been in this dredging field for the last 150 years and 20 years from India. In India, they have been operating for the 20 years, and Demi Group having the biggest powerful construction dredger in the world right now they are owning, and they're also having a maximum hopper capacity of over 33,000 hopper capacity. Mr. Brahm, with your experience, and what has been Demi's key experience in dredging sector, and what challenges have you faced in execution? Which type of dredger capabilities do you find most operationally for Indian applications?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, we have been here in India for a while. We've worked all around India. So what type of dredgers are useful? You have to look at the port, and the depth of the port before you start is governing a bit, let's say, the size of vessel you can bring. Also the soil profile, of course, matters. But if you look at the challenges, the main challenges we have, I think part of it is the human factor. People need to understand what is the project you're going to execute. To tender on paper a project is easy, but then you need to understand what are the cost driving parameters, and you need to have a cooperation with your client on if there is an issue on the project, it's construction. Not all factors are always known. So you need to be able to quickly decide, quickly move forward, because our industry is capital intensive. To leave equipment lying and not making a decision is worse than making a decision which is less than ideal. So you have to be able to get in the head of the client, make them understand your project, and I think that is the main thing. And it starts with having decent soil data, where the client needs to see the value of investing in soil data, to understand what is really the job to be done, to foresee what potentially can go wrong. So you, from an early time, you can start already mitigating problems and move forward in a good way.
Thank you, Brahm. And we have Mr. Marios. He is from the drag flow, Italy. Though they don't build mega dredges, but certainly they play a mega role when it comes to inland dredges and as far as desiltation of dams and reservoirs. And Mr. Mazzero, thank you for being with us, and you have traveled all the way to be part of this special occasion and special session on this.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, many Indian dams and reservoirs are facing reduced capacity due to siltation, and I understand that your company is having a specialized dredges and systems, drag flow recommended for deep desiltation, that's from 50 to 100 meters. How do these systems address accessibility, disposable and environmental issues? Could you explain on this?
See, based on the data that we have, before 2030, the dams around the world reach the 50% of capacity. So it's necessary to make some interventions. Drag flow has a long experience in the dam dredging all over the world, and offer a particular technology based on the production of his own pumps. It's about 40 years that we produce a dredging pump. So some years ago we decided to apply to our systems. We call dredging systems. And our pump, in fact, represent the earth of our systems. we have some different models. DRH, it means the cable dredgers, and we have also DRM or DRSP that are amphibious dredgers. The advantages of our solutions is that the container size maximum is 11.5 meters long and 8 meters width. We can deliver the dredge completely disassembled. So you can use in a remote area. Normally the dam are situated in a remote area, in the mountain or in the hills. So we deliver completely disassembled, and the assembly is done by our technicians. Despite their contained size, the performance are very interesting because the flow rate we reach up to 4,000 cubic meter per hour, and with an head more than 100 meters. So with a solid passage up to 120 millimeters. The products can be discharged up to 1,500 meters, and more distance you need a booster pumps. All the operation, the advantage is that all the operation are carried only with an operator.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. I understand that you have number of dredges which can also be dredged from 50 to 100 meters and is accessible to the different areas and can be dismantled and can be assembled. And thank you very much. We'll get back to you, and we have a lot of potential as far as Indian dredging market is concerned. A lot of rivers are getting silted up, and then catchment areas coming up. So we are going to come back to the same subject. And here we are having Mr. Aswath. He is a development advisor, Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Sir, thank you for engaging with the dredging industry during this session. And as a nodal ministry, your perspective on policies, reforms, guidelines, and initiatives are essential to resolving key issues, challenges to unlock marine potential, sir. I would like to ask you, sir, what steps is the ministry taking to incentivize technology transfer and local manufacturing partnerships with Indian yards to build cost-effective, scalable dredges tailored for Indian needs? And be it IHC or any other shipbuilding organization come forward to setting up a yard, what sort of facilities or incentives the government of India is going to offer?
Thank you, Divakar, and I congratulate for organizing such a wonderful seminar here. And the dredging, you can divide it into three sectors in India. One is the sea dredging, where all our ports, 12 major ports and 66 non-major ports undertake dredging in the sea. The next is this river dredging, where our inland waterway of India, they have already declared 111 national waterways. Out of that, around 27 are already in operation. The river dredging is the next one. And the next and the biggest is this dam dredging. We are having more than around 500 dams spread all over India. Whether it is landlocked state or the coastal state, they have dams for water requirement for irrigation as well as drinking. They require huge dredging. In the recent meeting with Home Secretary, they projected something like 10 years or 20 years dredging is required continuously. Having said that, you asked about the opportunity and what the ministry has been doing. In the last 4 years, our main attention is towards dredging, because without dredging, the port cannot operate. So hence, we had formed a high-level committee which has assessed the requirement of dredging in detail and come up with some solution that they require at least 3 dredgers over a period of around 10 years, because a dredger takes at least 4 years to build. The design period may be 1 year, another 3 years for construction and all. So 3 dredgers of high capacity, 12,000 cubic meter capacity. You were asking Jaco whether the India is capable of manufacturing the high capacity dredger like 30,000 or 35,000. Yes, now we have Cochin shipyard, which has constructed a biggest dry dock in the country, and it is capable of constructing 30,000 hopper capacity dredger. So Cochin shipyard, now already they have launched the biggest dredger in India, that is called Godavari, and in the next 5 to 6 years, they will be constructing 2 more dredgers. That is one thing. Next is what we expect from the industry. In the industry, we are having LNG fuel dredgers. Here in India also, we are promoting sustainability and eco-friendly dredging. That is the need of the hour. And we want to reduce the air quality. This thing means, suppose here it is around 100 or 150 at our ports. We want to reduce it to around 70 or 50 in the next 10 years. See, I request all my dredging company friends to come up with the solution for alternate fuel. Like they are doing with diesel, come up with LNG or methanol or even hydrogen. Because when I visited these stalls today in I think hall number 2, there are some 2-3 companies which are doing dredging in Maldives with these LNG dredgers. But here we are not seeing anything like that. So the technology, this thing you have to bring here so that our Indian air also, we can bring down the carbon emission. That is one thing. And other than that, the Rotterdam has already electronic navigation chart where they are preparing every day for optimum dredging requirement. The same way the Antwerp port has got unmanned survey vessel. Such these things are necessary. I call upon the ports also to look into these things and develop such technology so that we will be doing optimal dredging. Already the ports, based on our ministry's advice, they have adopted online dredging. So suppose somebody is doing dredging along the approach channel, which is spreading around 10 kilometers. Today, where he is doing, how much he has achieved. Tomorrow, why he has not achieved. All this online dredging will give the details so you can improve upon it. And I call upon all non-major ports, because non-major ports are not small now. Vijinjam, which is having a draft of around 20 meters, and Gangavaram, it is having around 18 to 20 meters. All these ports, Ramayapatnam, so all these are having 18 to 20 meters draft. So they come up with this kind of solution for survey. Because in the dredging guidelines 2021, our main focus was on technology. What are the technology you have to adopt? You adopt multi-beam survey for bathymetry and for sonar for your geotechnical investigation. All this has been laid out. Even waste to wealth, how you can use the dredge material for different purpose. All this has been laid out, and also we have made a study through this this IIT Bombay professor, and you can make use of that also, and so that the waste means we are generating something like 100 million cubic meter at our major ports, another 100 million cubic meter at non-major ports. If we can utilize at least 10% of it, let us say 20 million cubic meter of dredged soil, it will give a big result. Our former Mumbai port chairman has been kind enough to initiate that kind of a study, and the study is already completed. I request all of you to make use of the study and adopt technology to go for waste to wealth, means use the dredge material for our construction material. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you very much for elaborate insights of it, sir. And as we are running out of the time, I have a few questions, two questions for each panelist. Mr. Jaco, and would like to ask you, India has made strides in dredger manufacturing under Make in India. And where does India stand globally in terms of capability, technology, and quality? What are the areas still need improvement to match international standards?
Yeah. I think that India at the moment is at a steep learning curve with the dredge construction. Vessel construction is one thing, but construction of highly integrated vessels is a different thing. And to give you a simple example, what we already do for many years is pre-outfitting of blocks, complete pre-outfitting, and then assemble the blocks in the dock. And this part is relatively new into India, and this is where our team is helping Cochin Shipyard with, for example, to assemble the complete dredge. So that is one of the things that that is new, and that is a steep learning curve. Another issue, or another thing that we found is that the quality of pipework inside for the vessel, that is also, I think, a few things that can be improved. But that is not all rocket science. With the assistance of a good team, that can be improved pretty well. And yeah, as you know, the heart of the dredging vessel is the pump, or the pumps, but also the hydraulic system. And hydraulic system is also something that is extremely important to, to install, to clean, and to commission. And there is also a little bit, there could be a little bit improvement on that side, but we are also there to assist and to help the yards and other yards and customers with all these items. So yes, I think it's 100% doable, but there is a learning curve to be done, and we assist in every way to make this happen in a positive way. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Jaco. And I have a question for Mr. Neil. You have been carrying out the reclamation works, and as I said, mentioned that you have done this Palm Island, Palm Jumeirah, and then World. And basically the reclamation works spreads across, it's about length and breadth. So that's where we do about 100 acres, 1,000 acres of land could be reclaimed. The low-lying land could be reclaimed. But when it comes to NMDC, when you are developing such kind of, instead of horizontal growth, you are going vertically up. I understand that you have pumped in about 240 million cubic meters to the height of about 50-55 meters. So with the present dredges, is it possible with the equipment what we are owning globally, or do you have any methods of achieving such kind of a targets? Just what I'd like to know about.
Yes, indeed, that is the latest technology. We are, with reclaimed material, we are building hills up to, I think the highest now is 65 meters, and there are even plans to go up to 100 meters. And it requires, one thing is, of course, to pump the material that high. That requires a lot of power in the dredges. But the other thing is to make it stable. It's quite complicated to make, let's say, a hill with that height built from sand to make it stable. So the techniques we use to stabilize the soil with vibrocompaction, with all kinds of techniques is really high level. And in principle, we can use this everywhere. Especially if you talk to property developers, people pay a lot of extra money if they have, if they have a nice view. Imagine if you have a house at 55 meters high, you feel like you're in the south of France, overlooking, the whole area. So it's a new development, which of course we like a lot because it requires a lot of work and a lot of cubic meters. And we hope to export it, let's say, outside of the UAE.
Now, are you using any specialized dredges for this, or tailor-made dredges, or the present same dredges could be used for this purpose?
No, we use our present dredges. We might use special booster stations, because you need a lot of power to bring the material that high. But so far, the techniques are the same.
Yeah, thank you so much for this thing. Mr. Brum, you have been using these dredges of mega dredges, 40,000 to 50,000 capacity. Now, of course, maximum we have gone to the 40,000, and you have a CSDF about 44,000 kilowatts, gaining prominent in the present market. And how do you assess the demand for such vessels in India? Are there any regulatory or operational challenges that cause underutilization such a big dredgers? Basically, they're all capital intensive and the underutilization will cost a lot to the company. But do you find any regulatory or operational challenges that cause underutilization of these dredgers?
Yeah, I think what you should look at is the project sizes. If you have a very large project, it is all clear and you can mobilize or have equipment to do the works. However, if you have a couple of smaller jobs next to each other, the current regulation with MOHA, which is a permit required for your crew, and MOD, make it that you cannot hop quickly from one project to the other. That means that you have acquired a lot of idle time, or that you have to wait until you have your new permit in place. So for ports and project owners, it causes an additional burden where you have to mobilize this capital-intensive equipment. So if you would be able to apply once, let's say India-wide, for certain permits for crew and your vessel, and then you can hop around, that would reduce mobilization cost and as such project costs quite a lot.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but all these dredgers are in demand globally. We are investing so much of money in such dredgers. If the dredgers are going to be idle, so it's going to cost a lot. So is there any demand for such kind of dredgers?
Yeah, but it's again project specific, and you should look at a global market rather than a domestic market. So if you're investing in these large cutters, there are only so many projects you can do in one location. So looking at it globally or hopping between projects is a requirement, because they're so big, so powerful, they can do so much at once. So you have to look for the niche market projects. And it's not a general purpose car, let's say, you use for every day. It's really, you have to look for the really niches where they can make a difference.
Yeah, thank you, Bram, for your insights and perspective about this mega dredges uses. And Mr. Mario, I have one question for you. Do you have any latest technological advancements in drag flow, especially for the inland vessels, inland dredging solutions, in terms of automation, sustainability, adaptability, environmentally for Indian conditions? Of course, you have been doing across the globe, different parts of the world for the last 60 years. And when it comes to the inland vessels, inland dredging and all, so what kind of automation, sustainability and adaptability your company is having for Indian conditions environmentally?
Okay, if we talk about inland waterways or dam sites, you can find sometimes you can find different area. You can find, for example, a very dry area. You can find an area with shallow waters, and you can find an area where water is more than 100-meter depth. So drag flow with his technology can offer different equipment, like for example cable dredges or amphibious dredge to operate amphibious dredge to operate in the dry or in the dry area or shallow waters. Cable dredge to operate in where the area is with high depth water. With all this equipment, you can use with the same pump. So you can interchangeable the pump from one equipment to the other. for all the different scenarios. To operate in particular ground, you can achieve also a good production. The drag flow technologies allows for the application of two sides excavator or a head excavator. Drag flow is very mindful about environment and offer low emission diesel engines or electrically powered version for his equipment. And all drag flow equipment will be customized for the customer.
Yeah, thank you. Mario. We have another question for Mr. Aswat Sab. Foreign dredging firms express keen interest participation in Indian dredging projects such as green and brownfield construction. And how is the ministry identifying and tendering high priority dredging and reclamation opportunities to attract global players? And what measures are in place to balance foreign participation with the domestic industry development?
Divakar, as you know, we have huge demand for dredging now. So 2047 vision document has put the requirement of 10,000 million tons. How do you create this kind of capacity? First of all, it should be through the development of the new ports. We have already identified 3 or 4 new ports which will increase the capacity from the existing 2,500 to 3,500 in just another 5 years. So one project is Vadhavan, which require 22.5 million cubic meter of dredging. Another is Galatia, which also requires around 15 million cubic meter of dredging, and cost is around 46,000 crores for the whole project. The dredging cost may be around 5,000 crores. The same way, the non-major port like Vizhinjam, which has come up in the recent year, it is only the phase 1 has been developed. There is phase 2, phase 3, so that means another 10 to 15 million cubic meter there. And this side in the Tamil Nadu, Kanyakumari, one project we have already identified. Such projects, a series of projects have been identified, and we require all their cooperation. You are telling it is not new. IHC has been our partner since 40 years. So all the dredgers built in DCI is from IHC, and we have collaboration with all the European companies, whether it is Boskalis, John Denel has done in VOC port, Boskalis has done in JNPA, and other now in Paradeep, the Vanward is doing. We have already partnership. NMDC, we have already partnered with DCI, they are going to extend. So we invite all the dredging companies to put their best dredgers, eco-friendly dredgers, sustainable dredgers in India, so that we can go forward. And dredging guidelines doesn't differentiate between the Indian companies and foreign companies, though we have only 2 companies in India, big companies. One is Adani and another is Dredging Corporation of India. But we need more companies, more dredgers. In that, we welcome all the dredging companies. There is no barrier for any company to come in the green field like Vadhavan, Galatia and other things. Brownfield, like in our Deendayal Port, Kandla, they have a huge expansion potential. So we welcome all.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the last question. Mr. Jacko, given an opportunity, IHC has a partnership with Cochin Shipyard, and what immediate opportunities exist for Indian yards to enhance the capacity and capability under Make in India to meet the growing demand and the supply, for dredges in India? Like HSL has been overloaded with a number of other this thing. What is the other alternative, and what is the other yards have got a capability and then capacity to meet the demand of dredges in India?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, firstly, I think that there is a big lack of hopper capacity in India. So that's one thing. And then the question is, of course, where do you need this hopper capacity? If it's purely for maintenance, then, as I mentioned, a size between 8 and 16,000 cubic meters hopper capacity is okay. If you go to different projects, then you might need some different equipment. Another thing that I would like to touch is that we talk about alternative fuels quite a bit. And maybe I'm just thinking loud, but we should have a look at changing the landscape a little bit. To give you an example, there are in India three defined areas where green hydrogen will be available, 3 green hydrogen hubs. So green hydrogen could be a fuel for those specific areas. We had an award for the Dutch government to develop and engineer a hydrogen hopper dredger. And that hopper dredger has a hopper capacity of 4,000 cube. But you can imagine that if you run on an alternative fuel like green hydrogen, your autonomy will decrease drastically. So when we talk about a normal hopper, 28 days autonomy is quite sufficient usually. But with hydrogen, this type of equipment is seven days. And I think 7 days is not bad if you operate always in the same area where you have bunkering capacities with hydrogen. But if we want to go in that direction, you might think of a little bit smaller vessels operating only near the hydrogen hub, so maybe 3-4 ports in that same area where it's easy to bunker and where you have a day-to-day operation. Of course, this type of dredging is totally different than the big contractors are doing in capital dredging. So there is, I think, a big distinction in that. So for the big companies, or the big dredging contractors who are in big capital works, yeah, we deliver usually custom-built larger dredges, between 20 or more thousand cube. And also that is very much depending on how they want to fill up their existing fleet or complement their existing fleet. So it's just an idea of maybe a different way of working if we want to go big time in this alternative fuels. And then a little bit on the LNG, because I think that hydrogen might be the fuel of the future, but in between, I'm 100% sure that we need some intermediate time, because things are not developing that quick. And LNG could be also quite worthwhile. So for example, Cochin Port, Mr. Divakar, you have a Petronet LNG terminal. You could easily run an equipment on LNG in that terminal because your bunker facility is there. And this is a strategic port, we all know. You have consistently 24/7 dredging capacity in this port required. That could be converted in LNG. You could bunker it there. And then it's the first step. I think it's an intermediate step to the future of alternative fuels. So those are things that we can think about, but it requires a little bit different way of operational thinking for all companies, also for us. And that could be the future.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your insights and perspective about this present demand and supply. And Mr. Neil, you being one of the biggest dredging company in terms of value, and what type of projects, reclamation projects, and currently targeting India, and how are you positioning your company to pursue these opportunities? Considering NMD's order book, you have already ordered number of projects in line and the dredging fleet, and you're also targeting mega projects in India. How are you going to handle that?
I think an important thing is that, of course, we use the equipment and the knowledge and experience we have gained in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi especially, but we also believe in working together with Indian companies. We believe that, and we do that. So in all projects we are targeting at the moment, we have Indian partners. And I think in working together, we can really have the best of both worlds.
But do you have a sufficient fleet, or are you going to hire any fleet from outside? to meet this. We are going to come up with a Wadwan port, and I understand that you are going to participating in that Wadwan port. Say, are you going to bring your own fleet? Are you going to have some tie-up with some other companies to have a fleet for meeting such kind of a demand, such kind of a huge projects?
Yeah, it's a combination of our own fleet, but we will also cooperate and use equipment of other companies. But we have some long-term charters also for large hoppers. So we don't have the largest hopper fleet in the world, but we do have big dredgers, and we can participate in those tenders, and we prefer to work with partners.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Brum, Demi has got expertise in handling rock dredging. If so, and what is the maximum rock strength you can handle, and how Demi is prepared to participate in upcoming rock dredging, such as like Visakhapatnam is also planning to go for a deepening and widening, and also when VOCA port, so Chidambaram port is also going to extend their outer harbour. So how you are going to handle, and when it comes to the Indian rock dredging projects, both east and west coast of the Indian dredging market?
On the rock dredging front, it's not only what is the maximum strength you can cut. It depends on how broken is the rock, how uniform is it, quite some parameters there. But also what is the quantum of rock and what is the layer thickness. You should really look at, is it worthwhile mobilizing a cutter dredger? Because sometimes drilling and blasting might be the cheaper option. So you really have to look at in which niche market is a cutter dredger useful. And yes, we have a very powerful one, and yes, we can cut rock beyond what is previously possible, but it depends on quite a lot of factors. And in some settings, we see that ripping or drilling and blasting is much more cost beneficial, because bringing this very big equipment is also a big expense. And you really need a big quantum to make a big difference there. I think that is a key aspect, is looking at the quantum of the rock and how it is layered and what is the strength of it.
Yeah, Mr. Mario, I understand that you have a partnership with BML for local manufacturing in India, inland dredgers and cable dredgers, and considering Government of India thrust for shipbuilding aligning with our goals for Maritime India Vision 2030 and self-sustain India by 2047. And what's your plans, like having signed an MOU with the BML, what's your next future plans for this?
Yes, for many years we Dragflow seeking to have a partner here in India to manufacture his products. Due to the high cost that the raw material have in Italy, in Europe in general. The partnership with BML is expected to involve in the future not only the manufacture of and the sharing of drag flow technology, but not only for the Indian market, but also for the export of our products in some other countries, like for example Middle East or Southeastern Asia and so on. We found a synergy between Dragflow and BML products, so we decided to sign the MOU to cooperate together for the construction and the sales here in India of our equipment. And we are until now we are very happy to do this.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aswaji. This is the last question for you, and we have been talking about deceleration of dams and reservoirs, and it's, that catchment area is coming down and it's getting silted up, and we are not able to do anything. The state government is also not able to initiate, and looking forward for the Government of India initiatives. Under these conditions, and how to integrate dredging into national programs for dams and reservoirs of desiltation, duly taking the state governments on board, and also including funding mechanisms and guidelines for deploying such a technology or dredges for dams and reservoirs in the days to come, as we have a lot of potential in India right now.
Thank you, Divakar ji. Before going to this question, I would like to answer some part of the question you asked for Brahm. Brahm and myself share the same city where our family lives in, Bangalore. So I think I should supplement what he told. See, when you are trying to deploy 30,000 cubic meter, it is easy to say it can complete in 1 month. Like he told, the port engineers have to work more. So when do they want the project to be completed? That is the first question. And what is the mobilization cost is involved? So whether you require this 30,000 cubic meter capacity or not, what is the geotechnical condition of the soil? All these bathymetrics, all this they have to work it out. So then only they can go into which kind of a dredger they want. Because in the tender document, they specify we want a minimum of 5,000. Then they will deploy 5,000 only. So it is the port engineering department which has to go into the detail, what type of dredger they want, what type of soil is there, what type of survey they have to do. And ministry has told them, you put all the details, because the soil will not change in 1 day. So you put what is the type of soil is there, what type of survey you have carried out, the chart also, so that they can decide and do it. That is one part. Coming to this reservoir and all, see, the state government, you will be having one setup where they will look into how much water they require, whether they will be able to supply or not, what is the demand and supply gap. That only they will be knowing. So there is no dedicated, because I have been in the field for more than 35 years. I know there is no dedicated engineering department looking into these aspects. So they don't know what is dredging. You ask some of the people in PWD or in water resource department, they don't know what is dredging. So I think here the Dredging Corporation of India has a huge role to play. From what we can understand from our discussion with the Ministry of Home Affairs, we have a larger role to play. So because you have already conducted some of the feasibility studies for the dam dredging, looking into this experience, you can undertake some kind of a pre-feasibility study. That doesn't require much this thing. So if you want a letter, we can give a letter and undertake such kind of pre-feasibility report and identify what type of dredger they may require, what type of survey is required. Because in my college days, I have done survey for constructing a dam, what capacity the dam will be there, what type of soil is there. So this kind of this thing DCI has to do, or some other agency you can engage and get it done, and you have to do the hand holding in the national interest. Our water capacity, you know, it is limited. We have to utilize, we have a huge population, more than 150 billion population is there. So we need water, like our Honorable Minister told, without water, no survival. So we have to, in the national interest, handhold and do whatever pre-feasibility, tell what type of survey they require, and what type of soil investigation require, what type of dredger they require, what may be the probable cost. So that is the way ahead for the dams and reservoirs. Thank you.
Right, sir. Thank you. Here we have Mr. Member Technical. He is here from IWA, and he has got a very lot of experience as far as inland dredges are concerned. I would like to just request him to say a few insights about the inland dredging and with respect to the Indian continent.
Thank you Divakar ji, for specifically and especially calling me over here just to present the perspective of the IWI. I am Ashutosh Gautam, member technical. Though I am a man of roads from Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, but having experience in inland water transport also. So basically, as most of the issues have already been covered by the panelists, and we are doing riverine dredging in and around 1,000 kilometers in NW1 Ganga, with 11 contracts in place, and the total cost of the dredging contracts in Ganga is around 1,000 crores, 900 to 1,000 crores. Similarly, we are also doing around 500 to 600 kilometers dredging in Brahmaputra also, and the cost of the dredging contracts are also 400 to 500 crores. I just wanted to flag one point that as Mr. Ashwath has also flagged it, that a lot of requirement of dredging in India will be seen in time to come. In sea dredging has already been covered by DCI and the ports. Riverine dredging we are trying to cover. We are developing ourselves to augment the dredging activity in all the national waterways. Similarly, a new field, though it has been an old field, the hydropower dams and the desiltation of those dams. Recently, I also attended the meeting of desiltation in which the DCI has a lead role in which the various dams are to be desilted. A lot of scope of the dredging work is seen to be there. As the topic regarding the dredging technologies, what different kind of dredging technologies are to be adopted and how to improve it, we are handling hard strata in river, especially in near Varanasi. We are handling different type of dredged material. The monetization of dredged material we will take care of in next session, how waste to wealth, how the dredged material is to be monetized. And so all those aspects will be covered in next session. One thing I just wanted to flag again, that dredging equipment is a big equipment. It is a big machine. And transfer of dredging equipment from one point to another, especially in river sections where the draft is also not always favorable for the transportation. So the maintenance cost whenever it is to be transported to the ship repair facility, or the movement, we have to see that the overall life cycle costing of the dredgers are to be minimized. So we have to have this kind of machinery, a robust machinery, a best quality of machinery of the world. We have seen that different kind of machineries are available off the shelf also. So we have to see, all the stakeholders in this field have to see that we have to minimize the life cycle costing, we have to minimize the maintenance, we have to minimize the overall economy of the dredging activity. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our esteemed panelists, especially Mr. Jacko from IHC and Mr. Neil from NMDC, Mr. Brum from Demi Group, Mr. Aswath from Ministry of Shipping and Waterways, and Mr. Kostin from Dragflow, for sharing your valuable insights and perspectives. Today's session has been highlighted the importance of technology, collaboration, and innovation in building self-reliant and globally competitive dredging industry for India. With the collective strength of globally partnerships, Indian capabilities, we move to closer vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and India Maritime Vision 2030 and Amrit Kal Vision 2047. That's what we are target. And this is where we all wanted to be together. And though we have been working in the different areas, but the aim is the same, and we want to channelize our energies and see that we move closer to our achievement of Vision 2030 and 2047. Thereby, we wanted to be one of the global player in the maritime sector. And thank you one and all for your valuable time, and we look forward for continued collaboration and the growth in the years to come. Thank you so much. I'm closing this session. Thank you for your patience listening. Thank you all to be part of this special session.
Once again, thank you so much, panelists. That was truly an insightful session. And well, I request you all to please be seated because we now look forward to felicitating our esteemed panelists. So let's begin with that. I request Captain S. Diwakar, sir, to please felicitate our panelists. First, Mr. Niels de Bruijn with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ma'am, can I have the memento, please? Mr. Niels de Bruijn, big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wonderful expertise, for joining us here. Thank you. Next, Mr. Jaco Kleiwit, big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your wonderful expertise. And next, Mr. Maurizio Costantin. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. And next, Mr. H.N. Aswath. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And next, Mr. Bram Ventipit. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your wonderful knowledge and expertise. And last but not the least, I request Captain K.M. Chaudhary, GMDD, to please present memento to Captain Diwakar for leading this wonderful session. Big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, Captain Diwakar, for leading the wonderful session. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, all the esteemed dignitaries. And we now call for a group picture. So I request all the panelists to please rise for a group picture. Let's make this session truly memorable for all of us. Once again, big round of applause for the entire team here. Thank you, everyone, once again for taking out your valuable time, joining us here, gracing this occasion with a lovely present. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to kindly be seated as we are beginning with our next session immediately. All right, and our next session is all about waste to wealth opportunities in India. All right, so we are beginning with our next session right now without further ado. So I request you all to please do not move outside. Everyone, please, the topic for our next session is waste to wealth opportunities in India. All right, for the next session, I invite our moderator on stage with a big round of applause, Dr. Shishir Shrotriya, Director, CMEC. Big round of applause, sir. Can I have you here on stage, please? Mr. Shishir Shrotriya, Director, CMEC, is the head, Center for Maritime Economy and Connectivity at RIS. Dr. Shishir Shrotriya is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, from where he completed MTech and PhD. Guys, ek baar zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Ladies and gentlemen, please. And I now call upon our panelist, our very first panelist, Mr. Ramanathan Palaniappan, Chief Officer, Project Support and Tendering. Big round of applause. Mr. Ramanathan, can I have you here on stage, please? Serves as Chief Officer for NMDC Infra at the NMDC Group, bringing nearly 3 decades of industry experience, 16 of which have been devoted to leading commercial operations within the dredging and marine business unit. Big round of applause for Mr. Ramanathan Palaniappan. Everyone, come on, zordar taaliyan ho jaye. Where are you all? Where's the energy? Please, no sleepy faces here. as we're about to begin with our session now. All right, I would now like to invite our next panelist, Mr. Rakesh Singh Sisodia. Big round of applause. He's a Vice President Projects, GSW Infrastructure, Mumbai. He's a graduate in civil engineering, having professional experience of over 35 years in civil construction and project management. Big round of applause for him, everyone. All right, our next panelist, Mr. Ashutosh Gautam. Big round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Member Technical and Member Traffic and Logistics in charge, IWAI. He holds a Master of Technology in Civil Engineering from IIT Delhi and Fellow of Advanced Management Program in Infrastructure Management from Indian School of Business. Having vast experience in infrastructure projects, he served in various cadres in NHAI and IWAI. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panelist, CMD RGK Rao, retired CMG RGK Rao. Big round of applause, Director, Bangalore. A mechanical engineer by profession. He's an alumni of IIT Bombay, having done his master's from the same prestigious institution in Systems and Control Engineering. During his illustrations naval career, he oversaw key activities related to construction, operation and maintenance of warships and submarines. Big round of applause for him once again. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Head of Business Development, Dredging, Adani Ports and SEZ Limited. Big round of applause, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. Holds postgraduate degree in Civil Engineering and Business Analytics and has more than 25 years of experience in General Management, Business Development, Project Management and Contract Administration. He's been associated with multiple marine infrastructure projects in India and abroad, focusing mainly on dredging and reclamation works. So big round of applause for the entire team here, all the panelists and the moderator. And with this, can we please begin the session?
Check, check. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a lovely evening, and I have been given this onerous task of engaging you for the last session of the Global Maritime India Summit. So my task is going to be a little easier because I have a very, very vibrant panel with me. They are all full of energy and enthusiasm and lots of knowledge. Well, dredging plays a very, very critical role in maintaining safe and navigable waterways by removing sediments and debris. You are all aware of that. The last panel discussed a lot about dredging, but as per the global estimates, the dredging market is currently at around 17 billion US dollar, and it is projected to go to 22 billion USD by the year 2034. These are some of the global estimates done by some researchers, authentic researchers. As far as the Indian market is concerned, the dredging sector is currently valued at US dollar 314 million and is expected to grow to 622 million by 2034 or 35. So you can see that the global market is growing at a CAGR of 2%, whereas the Indian market is growing at the CAGR of 6.5%. So India is the land of opportunities. India has got so much to offer to everyone. And dredging is one of the main important aspects, and we discussed a lot in the previous session where the panelists deliberated on lots of aspects, the technologies, the aspects of operations and many other contracting and many other aspects. Well, as I mentioned, the current market size of India includes the capital and the maintenance dredging, and we currently have 156 million cubic meter of dredging material available to us. Now this dredging material is a wealth. Lots of people should realize it. We have a gentleman from NMDC, National Marine Dredging Corporation at UAE, And they have developed this Yas Island. Many of you must have gone to the Yas Island, Dubai, for fun activities, and it's a very, very famous place for these leisure activities. Many don't know that it has been developed by reclamation by a company called NMDC. So besides the reclamation, besides the use of the dredging material in the diversified areas for construction material, the dredging material could also be used for waste to energy and many such activities, developing of wetlands, afforestation, and there are some implementation strategies and methodologies which are very, very important to be discussed and to be diverted and to be adopted for the complete ecosystem to be a 360-degree ecosystem. So as I mentioned to you, India is a land of opportunities. India has got 20,000 kilometer plus of navigable waterways. They offer a huge opportunity to the dredging community, but the value chain which we are going to see right from dredging onwards to the use of the dredging material is a huge value chain which we intend to discover through this knowledgeable panel today. And I will start from my far right when I mentioned about Mr. Ramanathan. He's the chief officer at NMDC Dubai, and his boss was in the panel before. I would like you to take on this subject and give a rundown of what are the activities which NMDC has taken beyond dredging, and how have you been involved in converting this waste to wealth, and what are your estimates for creating this wealth in India? Please.
First, hi, good evening, everyone. First, let me explain what we do in UAE, then I come to India, basically. That why can't, if you do in UAE, we can do it in India as well. The dredge material is really a valuable resource. That's how we see it, actually. It's not a waste. It's really a valuable resource. In the last 2 decades, I'm working for this company for the last 2 decades. In the last 2 decades, we dredged close to billion cube in UAE and other Middle Eastern countries, including Egypt and all these places. Out of this 1 billion cube of dredging, what we did, out of which we did almost 750 million cube of this material has been reclaimed. And these lands are, today, there are a lot of infrastructure has been built on top of it, and it is in operation, including major ports in UAE has been built on the reclaimed land. The Khalifa port is one good example. The last 10 years, the entire Khalifa port has been reclaimed using the dredge material. The dredge material coming out of dredging the channels for the deepening the port, and that has been used for reclaiming it with various techniques of improving this landfill, with various other techniques to meet whatever the compaction criteria required to build something on top of it. Out of these 750 million cubes, there are various developments. We build a lot of offshore islands to put the rigs on top of it to take oil out for gas exploration, for gas plants, mixed use development, real estate business, you name it. For every project, we use this sand to reclaim it, and we build on top of it. Plus, if there are certain residual byproduct in the reclamation process, we get, it's called silty material. Those material also we use for rehabilitation process, like building islands for birds, mud flats, mangrove rehabilitation. So every cubic meter we dredge, everything is used on a positive manner, basically, to give a good impact, environmentally positive impact manner. So when we do it in UAE on this scale, it is really possible to do it in India as well. I think the mindset has to be a little bit changed in India, that we are dumping a lot of material. It is dumping offshore is more expensive as well. Basically, we need to dump offshore. If you want to create land, you have to bring it from quarry material to fill it in the reclaimed. I do know that the material suitability is slightly not compatible for reclamation process in India. However, there are various techniques to improve this material, even though the material is not good for reclamation purposes, but there are techniques today to improve this material which requires a little bit of more time. By surcharging it, by weak drains, we can improve and really build on top of it whatever infrastructure facilities you need to build. If it's near the ports, we can reclaim for the port. To come towards the sea, we can extend it and we can build it and build the port on top of the reclaimed land itself. So anything is possible. Actually, we need a little bit of more time. And we can save money instead of dumping offshore. If we do it in the near shore with an extended land, we can save money as well, actually. With time, everything is possible. Yeah. And it is already proven in UAE, so for sure it is doable in India as well.
So now, since you are the chief officer also, we would also like you to come out with some financial stats and how much of money you made in UAE from waste to wealth in dredging, and how much do you expect India to generate?
See, all this is not as like a single source. It's all competitive tenders. Competitive tenders means everything is bid properly. Okay, NMDC is a number one company in terms of dredging revenue today. The standard profits, whatever other people earn, the same profit we also earn. That's it. Yes.
So he's dodging the question. I'll catch him a little later. So we have another big major company from India, JSW Infrastructure. JSW has been into various business verticals, and Mr. Rakesh Singh Sisodia, the Vice President Projects, is representing JSW Infrastructure today on this panel. And in the steel business, the sludge gives you a lot of wealth. There are additives now which can be added to the steel sludge to make material for the roads, quick settling material for the roads and the highways. So similarly, what are your plans for the dredging value chain industry, and how can you contribute to diversify in this area, and what do you see as the future of this?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shishir. Good evening to everyone. First and foremost, let me also thank DCI for giving me this opportunity to be on this panel, and also congratulate DCI for launching their Godavari dredger in this month with a capacity of 12,000 cubic meter. Now, coming back to your question, I will like to say here that at present, I will just brief you what we are doing at present in the port space. At this stage, we are developing 3 greenfield port projects, which are massive in nature, where the dredging, what we are going to do is enormous, which is more than 100 million cubic meter when it comes to the entire dredging of 3 ports. So we are going to be in this space in a big way. And what we are planning basically for the use of dredge material, what specifically you have asked for, that our port planning, the design of the port is such that we try to first reclaim the intertidal area so that the maximum use of dredge material is there. And with this, we also don't affect the locality there, villages. We don't have to disturb any of the housing. We don't have to disturb village people around. Because that's a biggest challenge whenever we are going for any greenfield port project. So this way, what we require is only a corridor for our road and rail, and other entire port facility we develop in the reclaimed land. So most of the reclaimed material, I can say almost 80%, we try to use only the material which is say silt or clay, which is not, which is difficult. I won't say that it is should be thrown only, but when sometimes economics also you have to see. Otherwise, almost 80% of the material we are using here for reclamation. And with this method, we are also not disturbing the ecosystem which is there in the location where we are developing the project. And we have been seeing this reclamation has been a huge success, whether it is Dubai or any other Middle East countries. And why we go to Dubai, you see even Mumbai, these all 7 sisters, finally what we have done is 7 islands were made, and now the entire city has been created. So we are all sitting on reclamation only. So you can create huge wealth. So I'm sure this is the right way of doing it. And there are many other aspects also where the material can be used, but they can be more expensive. Those things needs to be further deliberated and see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sisodia, for highlighting an important aspect of this industry value chain. We have Commodore R.G.K. Rao, Director BEML, and BEML has been at the forefront of Make in India in many other sectors, and now they are into the forefront of dredging industry also. While the last panel was wondering, Mr. Ashwath was wondering how to have a systems approach to siltation in the dams and how to effectively monitor what is to be done and what is not to be done. I'm glad that Commodore R.G.K. Rao in his briefing remarks mentioned that they did a study with DCIL together, and they came to a conclusion that if the siltation in the dams is taken care of at an opportune time and consistently, it adds to 25% efficiency, energy efficiency generation in the electric hydro dams. And similarly, they have done this study for another 2 dams, and they are executing and implementing these projects. So Commodore Rao, as part of your reduce, reuse and recycling principle of BEML, sustainability, how do you think the Sagar Smriddhi real-time monitoring platform program of the Government of India, Sagar Smriddhi, is a very, very catchphrase, and it's a very important catchphrase because the prosperity, Samriddhi means prosperity. So ocean always brings prosperity. In fact, the air which you are breathing, if you take one breath, the second breath or half of that breath, the oxygen is generated from the oceans. So it is that critical to human life, and so is the prosperity which the oceans bring to us. And this is a very, very important subject. If we understand it fully, or at least partially well, we can do very well. So, Commodore Rao, would you like to highlight what are your plans for complementing the Sagar Samriddhi program of Government of India, and what are your company initiatives in this direction? Yeah.
Good afternoon all. I am Commodore R.G.K. Rao, and first and foremost, I want to thank DCIL for giving us an opportunity and a platform to express our views on this particular subject. Well, we live in very interesting times. I just watched this movie called Kantara, and I don't know how many of you have watched it, but it is a mega hit in Bangalore. So the theme of the movie talks about how can man coexist with his environment. So this is the main theme on which this blockbuster movie has been made. And after I watched that movie, I realized that's exactly what we are trying to do. As we are developing, we are making rapid progress in all aspects of our life. But the struggle is to connect back to the Mother Earth. We are talking about zero emissions. We are talking about reduction of the greenhouse gases. Well, according to us at BEML, we have to have a very graded approach. As Commodore Shotria had mentioned, we did this study, and we did it for a dam. We got a very short notice to come across to Assam and study the problems that they were facing. So we gave a short-term and a long-term solution. As part of the short-term solutions, we were able to tell them what to do immediately with whatever equipment that was available with them. And we were very much surprised when they got back to us, thanking us and telling us that they were able to really restore 35% of their efficiency, which is a lot in terms of revenue. Now, insofar as the other 65% is concerned, we have given them a solution. And the most interesting part is, like, we are all talking about, whether this captive procurement of equipment is required or should we go for dredge contractors.
Well, it doesn't make a difference. What really makes a difference is to have a very graded approach. We are very sure that if it is done properly, if the equipment is working efficiently, then you will be able to get the maximum advantage of the process you are doing. Now, what comes out, like Secretary Ramachandran has said, kuch nikhala or kuch dala, it's this gap between nikala and dala which creates the whole lot of confusion in this whole dredging operation. If that can be addressed, I guess we will have a very good and a workable solution happening here in India. India is definitely a land of opportunity, sir. The kind of dredging requirements that we need is something which is humongous. It's just that we have not thought as a nation towards it, and it is high time we do it, because I'm sure that it can make a lot of good difference to the lives of people. So we at BEML, answering your question, we are working towards a sustainable solution, which means we are trying to manufacture equipment, supply this equipment, maintain this equipment, and sustain this equipment for its entire service life. Now, if we are going to do that, we are very confident that with a limited amount of resources that are at our disposal, we would be able to achieve much more with much less. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for a very, very positive note on this subject. And, you know, you've highlighted and you've quantified the opportunities which are there. And it's very heartening to note. And we have another very, very important major Indian company, the Adani ports. And they have also a business vertical in the dredging. And we have a very, very experienced person who has worked in the dredging industry for more than 2 decades with us, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. And Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, how would you highlight the international best practices, you know, which you gained over the last 2 decades or 3 decades of your experience working in dredging majors across the world? And then how do you bring them to India with your company currently? And then how do you take this forward with the technology-enabled systematic view or a systems approach to problem solving, where a complete value chain is integrated right from the dredging equipment to the end use of the dredging material? Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. Well, of course, I've been associated with dredging industry for more than 2 decades. I started my career with a European dredging company and then moved to Adani. Here, since we all are talking about waste to wealth concept, and then we also talk about the 3 points, reduce, reuse and recycle. I can say that the vision of our chairman was very clear at that point of time when 2005 he started the dredging division within his own, ports when the Mundra was started. And today we own and operate about 14 ports and terminals across the coastline of India and abroad also. So if you think about the concept reduce, reuse and recycle, the first is reduce. By having own dredging company, this is where we are excellent. We do minimum dredging. This is what is very important, because if you don't have your own strength in dredging and you are relying on somebody else, definitely you have to cater for some margin, over dredging, what we call it in our terms, which we usually try to avoid because we own and operate our own equipment. So for our own port, that is the optimization, and every cubic meter you save is a wealth. So that's the first point. The second is the reuse. I can tell you, I don't know how many of you have seen Mundra or even Damra. The whole island or whole area was being reclaimed. So that is another example how to use the material. Yeah, we have developed a huge backup yard or Even Virinjam is another example. So you can compare that wherever we see the opportunity to use the local soil to create something, we do that one. So we go with the very, very minimum, and like my friend was talking about from NMDC was talking about the methodology of improving the using ground improvement or other geotechnical techniques by which you can improvise. So in Damra, we have used the soft soil, and then later we did the ground improvement, and that's the way we have developed the whole backup yard. So we are focusing on all those parts. But when when we talk about commercial dredging, then I must add that for any commercial part, we need to examine the soil, what we are getting, whether there is, I should say, the quantity, how much we are taking, and then the third is whether the contamination is there or not, whether it can be reused, and then the most important is the potential market. Because let's say if I can generate a huge volume at X location, but the consumption is not there, and I have to transport the whole thing to some other place, the logistic cost will be involved. So we have to see the full chain, and then only we can take. So we are the best example, I should say, in India.
Yeah, good. Mr. Sanjeev, very important that you highlighted the 3S, the sand. The quality of sand is very important. You have to find out how much of a sludge is there, how much you can extract, a usable material out of it. Then you talked about the scale. Scale is important, the quantity is important, and you also mentioned sustainability. And the viability of project, of course, the market size, and we have a very important functionary in our ministry, Mr. Ashutosh, and Mr. Ashutosh Gautam is a member technical, and he's although from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, where a very rich experience of developing highways and various models. But I would like you to apprise not only the panelist, but also to assure the audience that what can IWAI do to support sustainability of the market, giving them the market opportunities, as what Mr. Sanjeev Kumar mentioned, and they are ready to do. So how can IWAI be an enabler to create these opportunities, especially for the dredged material? Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Shishir. And once again, good afternoon to all. And thanks the DCI also to give us the opportunity to speak on this topic, waste to wealth, which is, I think, to be understood and internalize ourselves that how to handle this big issue. First of all, we have to see what is going on. First of all, we have to understand the dredged material, the fragile mountain ranges, the erosion, what is going on. As far as rivers are concerned, though the sea dredging and other things, it is already established. But rivers and these aspects have been taken up in the last 10 to 15 years only. River dredging or cleaning of the river or navigational channel maintenance. Basically, we see that I have got certain data also. In Ganga, we are getting, as per the 2015-16 report, though it is also very, very old report, 524 million metric ton per annum siltation is being done in Ganga. In Brahmaputra, 795 million metric ton per annum. If we take the density of the soil is around 1.6, 1.7 loose density, this will be, we can convert it into cubic meters. But it is huge. Why it is going on? That is a separate issue, that our hill or hilltops or all slopes are fragile. A lot of erosion is there, the maintenance issues in the ongoing catchment area of the rivers are there, and everything goes into river that is the lowest point through drains. Now our rivers are getting widened, our banks are getting eroded, the hydrograph of the volume of water at particular point, that is also rising at certain point, and the floods are also getting increased every year because of the different aspects of climate change. Now if we have to see that this some of the material is to be removed from the river, or material is to be dredged or taken out, then as Sanjeev has rightly said, that first of all we have to reduce it. So reduction, he was basically mentioning how to reduce dredging as far as dredging activity is concerned. I was basically telling how to reduce the quantity of dredged material coming into the rivers. So those aspects are different, and which is not within the purview of this discussion. But how to remove it from the river and how to reuse it, as Sanjeev was saying, and in case you are not able to reuse it, then how to recycle it. The issues in IWI, we are handling 11 contracts on Ganga and 4 or 5 contracts on Brahmaputra. We are finding that at all the places in the upper reaches of Ganga, the material is coarser. As soon as you further down, the material is silt and then further finer. And to my understanding, though I have not found any data on it, around more than 50% of the finer material goes into the sea. But definitely 40 to 50% material on the upper reaches of the river, that gets settled because of its coarser nature or heavier nature. So now we have to presume and we have to visualize the situation that if this quantity, and like Rhine river, it is only 131, which is crossing 5 countries. 131 million metric ton per annum. It is the siltation rate in Rhine, whereas all the places they have deputed various good quality dredgers, and they have calculated and modelized how to maintain these depths. Similarly, very less in Mississippi also, around 78 million metric ton per annum. So recently I was in Memphis in a Smart River conference of 2025, and they were basically explaining these aspects of the Mississippi River. So now coming again to that point, I am taking more time, please excuse me, that in case we apply our mind to utilize this dredged material in a way, we have to handle few challenges also. One challenge, in case of rivers, I am talking of rivers only, the material is to be dredged and either to be pumped or to be transported to the banks or directly to the requirements or the stakeholder. Like in Brahmaputra, we have got, when I was in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and under the guidance of the Gadkari Saab, we have finalized one MOU with Government of Assam that whatever we are dredging from Brahmaputra, we will dump it on the ground, on the banks of the Brahmaputra, and the contractors, those who are developing the roads, they can take that material depending upon its suitability. And 70% area of Brahmaputra region was found to be suitable for the dredged material to be used as a filler material in roads, because road filling material is also specified, has got certain requirements. So now these are the situations. So we have to first understand, and those challenges in rivers, there are challenges related to piping and pumping issues. If we directly want to, Sanjeev will agree with me, and they have done works for IWI also, and they did very efficiently, and they have stabilized the system. The systems which have been stabilized by various contracts by Adani in riverine dredging, those systems are being used as our basic platform systems to be told to other contractors. Now, how it can be basically further used, and I have already spoken on this. Regarding IWI handling, I have already spoken in the last session, so I will keep close at this point. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ashutosh. It's an important subject, and what you are highlighting is that it is an interdisciplinary approach is required, where material science is important, coastal engineering is important, geotechnical assessments are also important, and then of course the construction technologies, etc. So the important aspect is that it has got a lot to offer, especially for the startups, and they can create a lot of wealth, isn't it? When we have so many interdisciplinary subjects, and a very major company like NMDC has been promoting these technology interventions. So have you been developing these technologies yourself, or you've been creating also value for the startups and the young innovators? What has been your approach? And I heard that you are executing major projects in Philippines and Taiwan you've already done. So how do you see a future for the startup industry and the innovators, and how do they connect with the big major companies like you?
First, let me talk about the Philippines project, because you mentioned and Mr. Niels also mentioned about it. Then I will come to the startup companies. Dredging is a very huge investment business. First, any startup, it's a large investment is required to start dredging business. That they need to understand that. With respect to Philippines, as Mr. Niels mentioned, that a lot of talk is going on the river dredging. That the Philippines job it's a very peculiar and notable job. That the material generally in the around Philippines there is no material to dredge, it's all depleted. That this material what we are going to bring in to build this coastal city is called mixed used coastal city. That this comes from the river mouth basically. We use special barges called pelican barges, so it sucks the material, put inside this tummy, and then we sail more than 100 kilometers, and then we pump it out through various methods. And then we build this city. Basically, this is the job we got award in Philippines in Manila Bay. So it's a 2-3 years job with 25 million cube of reclamation for a mixed use development for a real estate contractor basically. So there are modern techniques now to use even these materials, sediment materials from the river mouth to create reclamation activities, to create mixed use developments for real estate businesses or any other businesses. Okay, the soil conditions generally in Asia is not that good, it's a little bit weak. So there are improvement techniques to improve the soil conditions. As I said in my previous speech, that there are techniques with weak drains to drain the water out and then surcharge it for a couple of months, and then put to the next layer and then the next layer and the next layer, repeat it again and again, and finally from the top you do the vibrocompaction to do the entire reclamation requirements basically to meet whatever you want to build on top of it, you can build on top of it actually. For the startups, as a dredging company to start up, the investment is huge.
I mentioned was not to start as a dredging company. I said the technology is involved. You see a simple thing like marine spatial planning, you know, geospatial planning. What Mr. Ashutosh was mentioning, that the Rhine has only 110 million metric ton of sediments or siltation, whereas in the Ganges, he has already taken out 550, and in the Brahmaputra 950. So that of course is there, but one of the approach to not have siltation happen is to stop siltation, not by removing it, but is to divert it or not let it happen. So that a very good example is the geospatial planning, where you can divert or create flows in such a way that the sediment does not get into the channel itself. And that is done by simply studying the channel flow through geospatial techniques, and that startups can do. Similarly in the other areas, where they have to find mechanisms of creating some energy or any valuable sources from the waste which is generated, there could be experimentation. So I asked you on that aspect, that do you do it yourself or do you promote startups, or what is the technological angle to it? Yes.
We don't see this kind of situations in the Middle East, basically, but I can answer this, that we need to understand or identify the root cause of this erosion happening, basically. Because these all sediments happening from the erosion of these mountains, basically. As long as you arrest this erosion, you arrest this with various geotechnical methods, stabilization methods, we can use it to arrest this erosion. If you arrest all this, but it's a large area, it is practically impossible, I will say that, to arrest all these things. It's a natural phenomena. You cannot go against a natural phenomena. If you want to do this, it's a very large scale project to arrest all these natural erosion happening on the mountains.
A simple thing like, a wheat grass, a type of a wheat grass, can arrest erosion. But you know how to plant it, where to plant it. So there have to be some innovative mechanisms.
A survey has to be carried out, a detailed survey has to be carried out to identify these erosion points, and then we need to plug it, basically. It's a time-consuming project. It's itself a big project, actually.
So, coming back to Commodore R.G.K. Rao, who has, of course, the company signed a MOU here, and they are into technology. But developing the value chain, Commodore Rao, what are your views on developing the value chain across the industry, and how can you promote that as a major PSU in India?
Sir, to begin with, how do I improve the value chain is, first I have to look inwards, then I have to look outwards. Now inwards is basically I have to make sustainable products. Now when we are talking about manufacturing dredgers, I have to do it in a very, very sustainable manner. This would include using better materials which are not going to really impact the environment much. The pump, the dredge pump, plays a very important role. We are trying to invest some money in that direction so that we can make better materials. The paints, we are all aware, the underwater paints are a source of lead. So that is one other area we are working on. But obviously, we are also looking at how to make electric-driven dredgers. It's a tall task. The infrastructure is not there to support such an initiative, but that should not stop us from innovating. So we have created two particular groups. One is the Futuristic Product Group, and the second is the Blue Sky Technology Group, as our CMD had mentioned in his talk, and we are focusing on that. Now, insofar as the outward things are concerned, I guess, like a lot of speakers have said, that our challenges are different. Technology is definitely one thing which can help us. You mentioned about the geospatial mapping, AI, IoT, all the terms and terminologies are there. Now we will have to see how that can increase the dredge efficiency. While I don't think we can actually stop the things going back to the river or the sea, but yes, we can ensure that it is continuously dredged in a very sustainable manner so that the impact on environment is that much lesser, sir. Thank you, sir.
Great. We missed one point during the discussion of maintaining a dashboard, and Adani has done this job very, very well, whereas we have lessons from around the world where, Singapore Maritime Authority maintains a e-dredge dashboard. Similarly, Port of Rotterdam has a dashboard which is absolutely real time. So it not only enhances the efficiency, but also the quantum of dredging, how much is to be removed, and what is the channel depth, when it is to be done, how it is to be done. So all that is controlled through a e-dashboard. So with your experience, Sanjeev ji, would you like to highlight some of the initiatives which you have taken?
Yeah, I just like to add that, that yes, we do also monitor. Like the first point I say that reduce, and from where I should say this thing came up Because earlier we were doing the dredging conventional type, but during the course of time now our dredgers are deployed all along the coastline at multiple locations. To control the dredging, it is very difficult. Earlier we have only Mundra one location, most of the dredgers were working there, but now it has gone all around the coastline of India. So with the technology invention, I should say now what we are doing, we are capturing the real-time data of all the parameters, and then we have a dashboard at our head office in the corporate office, where we have a team who is sitting there, who is monitoring all the parameters, and then we just see that if something goes beyond that limit, then we just call the guy who is operating there and we tell them, okay, you have to do. Because every place, the soil are different, the other parameters are different. So you have to understand in the real time, and then you can, if want them at the right time, then you can reduce a lot of things. Because earlier what you used to do, you do dredging, then you do the survey, then you come to know that what is the depth now. But now with this system, we can easily see that my drag head is where, my cutter head is going up to what depth, what is the spillage is coming out. So this gives, and that is where the technology is really playing a very big role. And like we all talk about AI, maybe in coming futures, what we are seeing on a screen, we can just automate it and then the AI can guide them. So a lot of things can happen. The opportunity is huge.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So I think we are coming to close of this session, and a lot of important points have emerged out of it. And Mr. Ashutosh is inching again to make few more points. So I would now request you to kindly highlight, especially the out of this 156 million cubic meter which we have of the waste now, even if 15% of this dredging material is utilized for recycling and reuse, it could be a huge wealth. So I would also the dredging companies, while they are doing the maintenance dredging and the capital dredging, they should look at this activity not as reduction in their revenues if you try to do this value chain integration, but they should see an opportunity for increasing their revenue, isn't it? Because you're generating something, something else, and you can be a part of that revenue share also. So would you like to highlight this aspect, please?
Thank you, Dr. Saab. In fact, I missed to cover that point last time. Basically, we have designed one very big project on National Waterway 5, Kharsua and Brahmari river systems in the state of Odisha. And the basic purpose of developing inland water transport in this river system is to basically arrangement for evacuation of coal from Talcher region to Paradeep and subsequent nearby ports through IWT because of the congestion, existing congestion on railways as well as roadways. Now, as you are saying that waste to wealth, I am mainly talking of riverine dredging. Sea dredging, I don't want to comment because it is an established practice. And sea, the siltation pattern is almost standardized or constant, not very erratic or unpredictable. Riverine siltation is every time meandering, it is unpredictable. Sometimes it is more, sometimes it is less. The overall morphology of the river every time, every year it changes. So in that NW5, during the design, still we are doing it. So I basically proposed that since the maintenance dredging will be carried out regularly in addition to the capital dredging initially, the adjoining road for this river system is to be developed with a good height of embankment through this dredged material. So this is the testing of the soil overall in that whole area has been done, and just near the coast or at some places. But however, 80% of the length, the dredged material is suitable for the construction of the road. Otherwise, we will have some treatment of the road embankment. These are also available nowadays. In case the plasticity index is high, so we do the treatment. So that kind of asset development through dredging, simultaneously we will develop our navigational channel. And one thing also I would like to say you that we are only covering the cleaning of navigational channel only, which is sometimes 10% of the width of the river or maybe 5%. So we are not cleaning the whole river. That is the aspect which is to be seen in an integrated way by some other agency like CWC or any other agency. Even if we are concerned about our channel only, the dredging material is so high in volumes. So handling that dredging material for reuse or monetization or recycling is also a big challenge. In India, in case we reuse it, as far as riverine dredged material is concerned, we have certain challenges related to requirement of statutory clearances also. So I will not discuss over here, but we are working on it, and in time to come, we will get those statutory requirements. And another very big challenge which have to be kept in mind with all the stakeholder is that disposal area. In some of the rivers, we have sufficient places on the banks like Brahmaputra for disposal area, but in some of the rivers, we don't have places for disposal of the area. So that is also a big challenge. So in case we want to monetize, in case we say that waste to wealth, so all those challenges are to be kept, that disposal area and the volume of the material, the type of the material, the quality of the material, and how we do it. And during the exercise and designing of the contract agreement, we have placed a clause that in case we get the statutory clearances from the statutory authorities, we will handhold the contractors in such a way that they have to basically coordinate with the state governments, because minor mineral is a state subject. And any removal of mineral or minor mineral, the state government has to handle. And being the central government, we have to coordinate it. But somehow we have put it in such a way that the private entity contractor, because he can handle the show in a more efficient way, so regarding the disposal and monetization, and he can basically contribute that gain and to the bid of the dredging contract or per cubic meter removal of dredging. So this was my point which I just wanted to add to my previous discussion.
Thank you for highlighting such an important aspect. So here comes one more question for Mr. Ramanathan. Ramanathan ji, as Mr. Ashutosh is saying, do you get contracts like this that you're doing dredging as well as the besides disposal, if you are able to monetize or use it for afforestation or reclamation or reusing that material, do you get a combined collective contract like this in the places you're working?
No, we have defined scope and we need to meet the defined scope. That's it. That's how we work there actually, yeah.
So we have come to a conclusion that this industry needs a lot of awareness. Awareness is the key aspect. Second important aspect is technology integration. It's a very, very technology intensive industry, and technology integration is a very important aspect. And the third aspect which all the panelists are trying to highlight is the systems approach to the whole thing. So it is not only about dredging, but how to have a systems approach to reuse that, where to put it, even if it is dumped at a site, it should be a known site so that it doesn't come back. There should be a study done. and many other integrated aspects. So these three aspects, we are very thankful to a very enlightening audience, right from Mr. Ramanathan to Mr. Sisodia, Mr. Ashutosh Kumar, Commodore R.G.K. Rao, and Mr. Sanjeev Kumar for their enlightening remarks and keeping this audience still awake. I am also told by Mr. Sanjeev Kumar that there is also a need for capacity development. We did not discuss about it, but there are MTechs, Masters of Technology courses. There are some in Netherlands, some universities, which are only specific to dredging technologies and dredging operations. So we need lots of capacities, and there is a lot of scope for the younger crowd. We should not leave out the younger crowd. They have been awake. So a big round of applause to the younger crowd also. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here for the last session. And thank you very much for making the India Maritime Week a success. Thank you.
I request you all to please be seated only for the next 2 minutes, please. Just a humble request. And thank you so much, panelists. You all were so amazing. Thank you so much for sharing the wonderful knowledge. I now request Dr. Shishir Shrotriya, Director, CMEC, to please felicitate all our panelists to present the memento. All right. So let's begin with... All right, let's take a group picture first. Okay. So let's begin with presenting a memento to Mr. Ramanathan Palaniappan. With a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this wonderful session. All right, and next would like to present the memento to Mr. Rakesh Singh Sisodia with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this wonderful session. Next, would like to present the memento to Mr. Ashutosh Gautam with a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this wonderful session. Next, would like to present the token of appreciation, the memento to Mr. CMD R.G.K. Rao with a big round of applause. Next, would like to present the memento to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar with a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this wonderful session. Last but not the least, I invite on stage Captain Divakar to please present the memento to Dr. Shishir Shrotriya, Director, CMEC. Thank you so much, sir, for leading the wonderful session. I now request for a group picture as well. A big round of applause once again for all the panelists, all our esteemed dignitaries. With this, we conclude. Thank you so much, everyone, for being such a lovely audience. Thank you.